And I think it should work now. Can you hear me, guys? Nice. Whoops. That's a fail. I think someone was requesting something from ACC, right? GR Sim Racing. Well, VR in ACC isn't that bad. It still works decent, I guess. Well, it's certainly not like AC here, but even this isn't that good, to be honest. It really isn't. I mean, maybe on higher resolution headsets there is a difference, but I don't really see that much of a difference, especially while racing. Yeah, I often do AC. It's just that, you know, I rarely upload any hot clips from AC because that's not really what I do in AC. When I go to AC, it's like this: Honda S2000, some Japanese backroad, and just driving. So much car control you can learn that way. And it's not like a mod for drifting, this is like stock Honda S2000 first generation, or like pre-lift. Yeah, I love the engine in that car. If not the prices that skyrocketed with that car recently, but maybe not recently, but throughout recent years. Yeah, this is then the one to get. But now it's getting super expensive rather than, you know, cheap sports car that you can buy. So the only one remaining is probably Miata. You know, for newer cars, Miata, new GTA 66, or BRZ, whatever you want. Not much of cars like this left. I mean, even a 4-cylinder Supra now costs like a barn. It's like a ton of money. Whoops. Curb physics in AC, you have to love it. Whoops. And that's what happens when my wheel disconnects. Like, it hangs the whole game, sometimes it recovers, and it reconnects the wheel. But when that happens, that's what happened in a lot of races, like wheel disconnects, my game hangs, and then right after it crashes. For example, in that famous PPL 12-hour race, when I was driving in the car, we disconnected in that way, and then we lost a lap. Although we were a lap ahead, and then the whole other madness happened. With drive-throughs and blown tires. I don't have a car in real life yet, but I'm trying to save up some money for a Miata. NB. That was a nice one. And this was too much. No, I didn't notice anything. I don't know why and how, but I don't notice the change from right-hand drive to left-hand drive. I just don't care. And I can't explain it. Sorry, looks, but I don't understand the language. So I should have just do a handbrake turn rather than 6-point turn. You know what? I'm gonna change a car, and maybe later we'll go to ACC. Someone was requesting something. Well, I'm not a pro racer. I mean, I guess I know a lot of stuff, but I don't do that professionally whatsoever. There was a new shader patch, and I don't know if the rain works. If it works, it will be nice. No, there's no rain. Okay. This sound sounds familiar, right? Now it should work. Sorry. Oh fuck. And that would be car gone. So sleepy. Yeah, the problem with automatic is that you can't really, like, you know, spin it around properly sometimes. Yes, those are standard T3PAs. I don't have any load cell. I just tried streaming today, because I don't know even why. I mean, people asked for it, and I just was wondering myself, could it even work? And as you can see, it looks pretty shit, but it is there. And yeah, I mean, we can't really, I can't really race with that because the ping that I'm getting is horrible, and it would be so, you know, unstable connection to even think about racing. Plus, I don't really want to adapt to streaming while racing. I'm not the kind of person like Jardier who can do multiple stuff at once. I mean, I don't know how he does that stuff, but you know. My bitrate is 600. Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport. I guess you're talking about ACC 2065. Well, with lap times it all depends on the conditions. I mean, even in original AC here, lap times differ a lot with temperature. You can drive so much faster with lower temperatures, just because you have more engine power, more air density, more aerodynamics. Yeah, like, what else you could expect if not a Porsche on my stream? Are you mad? There was a Honda at the very beginning, but lol. And again, it disconnected. I don't know why it does that and how it does that, and then it does weird shit like that. I'm gonna have to fix that soon. It happens usually when I do a sudden movement with a wheel. So I don't know if there's something broken inside of it, but yeah. Oh, you're talking about standard AC. Well, I don't know really competitive lap times in AC, and the car that we are talking about is completely different to the GT Force that we have in ACC. So usually AC is just a tiny bit quicker than ACC with similar cars, but then again we don't have the same tires. Yeah, in terms of competitive lap times here, I can't tell you. Well, I mean, since we're doing all this stuff, we can. I'm gonna finish that run. I can load that track car combo myself, as this car is in a base game, and I don't really have many mods because I had to reinstall AC completely recently. But I have this, so I'm gonna try. We'll see. So let's do that now. Give me a moment. Come on, GT4 Club Sport. Nurburgring GT, okay. Tire blankets on, okay, let's go. Any favorite mod tracks on AC? I guess the one that I was driving on, Otarumi Toge, I really like this one. I mean, but that's more of a road. Racetracks? Well, you know, Alton Park, Donington, Cadwell Park, those tiny British circuits, they are really nice, and they are mods. So I'm super excited for them coming to ACC. I think they will be tremendous to race on. Okay. So, fixing steering position. Let's see what is in here. I don't know much about the setup in here, but let's see. Oh boy, I haven't used AC in a long time for racing. Whoops. Yeah, I guess we just need to be a bit patient and wait for it, you know. I mean, when it will come, it will come. It's not like it's still a few months. It's literally right around the corner. So yeah, it's gonna be amazing, those tracks. I was actually checking today on Steam database a player count in ACC, and on this weekend we hit like something above 5k players. So yeah, after recent update, people are really into ACC and playing it. So now the British GT will drop. Exciting times. Okay, let's see what lap times we can do. I know that in MX5 Cup, turning off DC helps, but I don't know about this. I usually don't have brake markers. I know that sounds weird. I mean, I was going through that with you, Sergey. I mean, I have a reference point, sure, but it's more about just looking into the corner and then deciding on timing of going onto the brakes. Well, I don't have a specific braking marker. I mean, I guess it somewhere is there in my head, but I would need to, like, going now through it, think about it where it can be. So here, off throttle, to the apex, on throttle, go to the outside. Yeah. Usually I start braking after, I'm gonna show you the next lap. There's like a surface change on the outside. Yeah, exactly. Like you come off that AstroTurf right when it ends, and when you come off it, then you go under the brakes. Because if you go on the brakes on the AstroTurf, you would either, like, you know, have a weird grip, something transition when you're going off it, or maybe hit a bump sometimes even when you go off it, because it's not even. So you come off it and you hit the brakes. Let's try TC on. So that was 2055 again. So yeah, you're using Astro, here it ends, you come off it, and then on the brakes and trailer to the apex. Lovely mid-engine balance. Two 204, yeah, I guess you can do 203. Yeah, there you have estimated 203. Oh, that was bad. Okay, but there's a 203. So yeah, I don't see the chat very clearly, but whoever was asking about that, I think that was Lux. There you go, 203 something. Probably 2035 was there also, but you know, I've never driven this, so you know. I mean, usually, like in AC, there's a lot of time to be found on the limit. like a lot of time to be found. So yeah, usually 10 seconds the difference. I mean, you know, this is not a strictly GT4 car, because in AC, original AC, there weren't really any classes of cars. I mean, you know, there were groups, but they weren't BOP'd in any specific way from the factory. But yeah, I think it's 53s for GT3s here as well. No, I'm not racing in AOR, unfortunately, because today is Monday, and it's that one Monday that I'm free in the evening. So I decided to do the stream, but overall I'm not available on Mondays, and I can't unfortunately stream. And I can't unfortunately race in AOR. So yeah, I'm gonna basically lose the championship because I'm a current champion. But until there is a new champion, I'm still a current AOR champion. Which is nice when I think about it. Oh, no problem, man. I mean, you have the recording. I mean, the quality is shit, but maybe you can get something out of it. Okay, what can we do? I'm tempted to try something online. I mean, or we can go to something ACC. Okay, that's interesting. I drove the 919 in AC. It was quite a long time ago. Actually, on YouTube, there's a video of me driving it on the road Atlanta, but it's like super old stuff. Um, Actually, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna, or not. No. First of all, I'm gonna launch. Yeah, we're gonna go into ACC. But let me first launch it, and I'm gonna move the my chat somewhere else, so I can see you properly what you're typing. I still don't really know where to put it, the chat, because today morning I tried something and I had it like above my head, so I had to look up. But yeah, the movement to looking up and down and refocusing was quite weird. Like, this is easier, definitely. But I'm gonna see how it is with different, like, HUD, every other like how it fits with the rest of the HUD. Okay, someone asked for Spa. Let's go for Spa. Why not? I haven't driven on Spa in a Ferrari for a long time. Everyone is like, yes, ACC. It's just a game. Okay. So let me sort this chat out, and then I'm gonna switch the view. Well, T3PAs aren't really that good compared to, you know, new load cell pedals from Thrustmaster or any Fanatec load cell, but ultimately they are way cheaper, and you can buy them in a bundle with a wheel. So like T300 with T3PAs as a bundle is still a lot cheaper than anything that Fanatec offers. You know, you need to give me a few seconds, guys, because rearranging all of that in VR is so, well, it's just not even annoying, but like, it's weird adjusting all of that. Yeah. My friend also bought a T150 Pro, and he's so happy with the pedals. I drove on the T150, and compared to T300, I thought they would be closer, but T300 really differs quite a lot from T150. Yeah, but the pedals in that set as a bundle, they make so much of a difference. But then, of course, the load cell is another level. So I'm not gonna upgrade my setup anytime soon, because for now I'm just I just want to buy a car, so I'm not doing anything else. Okay, so this is my driving position. This is the HUD that I see. And where can I put this? It's like this, but bigger. I'm gonna do the whole chat bigger. Okay, I think we're set. But give me guys a minute, I'm gonna be back in literally a minute, and we're gonna drive Ferrari at Spa. And we should be back. Okay, so setup. I'm just gonna go with aggressive.
Right, this session is about consistency.
And what do we have here? We're gonna go with 30 Hz and 5, 50, 55, whatever for 30 minutes. Okay. I know that pressures will be wrong. 1 millimeter more rake, why not? Pressures will be probably wrong because it's only 20 degrees. That's how I set it. I'm gonna go 0.7 all around in PSI. Yeah, I also use that rubber cone, but I also have a bit of foam between that cone and the pedal itself. So there's like because I point at the pressures and I use a D-pad on my wheel, Sergio, to change pressures up. So I like point at the pressures that I want, at the setting that I want to change with a cursor, and then I use a D-pad on the wheel to change it back and forth. They're gonna be still under pressure, I guess. And here in the second part of Poulon, the Ferrari just sticks with its aero. Like it suddenly regains front end at higher speed. I guess many cars do that apart from the Porsche, of course. Why not the Porsche? Because someone asked for the Ferrari, so I'm just driving the Ferrari. I'm not racing today, and I'm not doing any hot laps for me. So I'm just driving for fun. Oh, guys. Eau Rouge in VR. Oops, that was a grass. Okay, we're into 217s. And that's 55 liters fuel load. Yeah, I really need to adjust those pressures.
Alright mate, this session is about consistency. Try to be fast, but don't push it too much over the limit.
Ferrari slow around La Source. Well, I don't know. Why would it be though? I mean, I guess that it can be tricky through that part because it's so snappy and it is so aggressive on throttle behavior now that the Evo will... The first one will be just slow because of long gear ratio and low boost, and this will be super aggressive and hard to control on the exit. Yeah. The shit quality of the live stream gives us the advantage that we can't see lap times and HUD and yeah. The fact that your pole makes you fast, oh yes, of course. I mean that's like being fast 101, be a pole and have a big nose. Okay, pressures. 5 here for sure. So like I point at the thing with the cursor, what I want to change, and then with a D-pad on my wheel, I click up and down, or side to side rather. Okay, let's go back. Well, hi Cormac. I said only 88. What happened? A lot of people on Jarger's server. Uh, wait. Since there was a question, let's go back to the garage. I'm gonna save this setup. Let's call it setup. It's not even a setup, but like whatever. And let's save it. What happened with my essay? I'm gonna show you what happened with my essay. I mean, I hope I have a replay. Although chances that it is still there are probably lower now. Yeah, I don't have that. Well, anyway, we were just having fun on Jarger server, on Jarger community races, and then we were just at the end of Imola race in the wet, we were like all crashing into each other, and I literally lost 10 SA. And I haven't raced since, so I haven't gained any. back to the Ferrari. I guess we can just go hot lap rather than hot sync. Come on, hot lap. I can go 7 AM because what I want is sun straight into my eyes. Is VR more fun for racing? For me, yes. It definitely is. Like recently, like I told you, I had to reinstall AC, and because of that, I didn't have Helicorsa, which meant that for one race that I was doing, I had to just use, mirrors and look around, and it was surprisingly easy in VR, so definitely helps. What will you use? T300. Yeah, all I needed to say is Jared community. Yeah, 2 words, and that describes everything that could possibly happen there. You're not doing AOR? No, I'm not doing AOR this season. Oh lol, I was looking at the chat. I unfortunately can't do AOR on Mondays. I have a free Monday today, but not any other Monday. I don't have any tips for Eau Rouge setup, no. Well, I can just tell you that you just need to keep the car from bottoming out, and that's really it. Like, I just heard somewhere, I've been testing that, I'm not good at setups, but you can't have like really soft rear end. Like you would think that you need a soft rear end for stability, but you need to have stiffer springs at the rear so the car doesn't bottom out. Like they need to be hard to sustain that load that goes through the car. That's gonna be wide. No, default aggressive on Porsche doesn't bottom out on Rouge. I mean, any default aggressive setup is really safe for on Rouge, believe me. Recently I had under the video with Aston Martin with Vantage on Spa that was really recent. There was a comment saying that Ferrari bottoms out on Eau Rouge and it's so unrealistic and you can't make the corner there. There's a big reply from me. I had a bit of a rant, but you can see there I just took all the cars and just fully sent them through Eau Rouge, jumping over curbs, and they just cleared it with no problem. You just need to, hit the correct line. I mean, it is a tricky corner to do. I'm not saying it's just flat easy and that's it. I'm using 900 in Windows and 900 in game, but it's like 1-to-1 for me, what I see with the wheel, That's how it works. Okay, I'm gonna do some hot laps and then we're gonna take the Porsche. Even though it's really slow through on Spa now, I'm gonna show you that it doesn't bottom out and it clears it with no problems. Okay, thanks, Lux. Bye-bye. Every single car has no problems from Rouge. The deadliest car from Rouge was always Audi. But even if you take Audi from Rouge with a proper line, it has no troubles whatsoever. Oops, that's gonna be wide. Yeah, yeah, it's one of those corners. You need to like take it flat once, and then it just goes every single time again. But it's hard to do it like for the first time properly. 16.7, 20 air, 20 track. So to be honest, not the best conditions because it's quite high air, but low track. 2020 isn't that fast. Okay, Porsche, flat Eau Rouge, aggressive preset. Let's go. Beautiful. Aggressive preset. What do we want also to do? Close that because like we want the tires to be up to pressure and it's cold. And that's it, only pressures.
Green light. Go, go, go.
Now adjust the camera. What I'm doing, I'm aligning my wheel with the in-game wheel. And it probably looks really, really weird on the stream. But it's important. I didn't realize that at first. Like, it's so important to get like good position in VR. So everything that surrounds you, when you move it like a centimeter to the side, it immediately breaks the whole immersion and how you feel the car being around you. Because that wheel and those hands, well, apart from pedals that also move, but you don't really see them. But you see the wheel and you see your hands that are technically in those gloves. So if they are aligned perfectly with my hands, like it gives you so much more feel of the connection with the car that is around you here. By the way, oops, wrong button. Let's just go to garage. I don't even know how the aggressive setup looks. 4 camber front, 3 to rear. Yeah, like pretty like everything in the middle. 55, 70, 8 wing, 2 splitter. Quite a high wing. You can go lower wing in Spa. How do I... Well, the Porsche top speed is like tire temperature. Like, you can't add horsepower to the car. It's just low. We need to be fast through the corners. No, there's no real delay. I don't think there is. Yes, as far as I'm concerned, that wasn't a spin. And we were about to... And all we did here was finding out if it spins. And it didn't. And I absolutely bottled the line. Brake pads, one, that don't really matter even. I mean, you know, they do, but it's only very, 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 very little. Plus, it's a lot about thermodynamics and temperatures rather than raw stopping power. Because to use that stopping power, first you need to be in the operating window of a pad. So sometimes for super low conditions, brake pads 1 don't work. Or sometimes in super hot conditions, other brake pads overheat. Probably be in 219. Yeah, 219. Okay, Eau Rouge, second time of asking. Stable as fuck. Just goes through there like it's nothing. No, that was really, really wide. I don't think I have ever driven Cup car here. We can give it a try. Yeah, pressures were all over the place and yeah, project spice is really, really difficult. So like it's hard to get 16s now out of this car. It's really, really hard, and it needs setup to get 16s. I mean, you know, it needs a setup to gain 0.3 of a second or something like that. You're not gonna gain a second with that setup. It's just how it is, just slow.
Green light, give it all you got.
Lol. This, like, the turning was nice, and then it just understeered it so much. Oh yeah, then, I mean, it doesn't brake like a normal car. I'm from Poland. Yeah, I usually do my own setups on my own. Like, I have few like CDA setups that then I base my setups on, but I do adjustments myself. Although those setups aren't that good, so there's no server. You can make us a server. Make a server and we'll try to go up transfer Gasson. Oh boy. sideways moment. Well, that's how you drive a cup car. Well, I mean, you know, that, maybe not like that, but sideways. And that's how you control it on the throttle. Just blade. I'll try to keep it in 6th. Yeah, I guess you could... Oh boy, the speed on the exit is still enormous. Look at it go. 265. It's gonna head to 70. Yeah. So even though we have to slow down for Eau Rouge more, it still tops out at higher speed than a GT3. Than like, even faster than like BMW with no wing. Lol. Man, I need to brake earlier. And those are the moments where T300 struggles the most, because it has to rotate from one way to another and from one way to another, and those rotations take such a long time, and car already spins. I'm 21. Okay, proper lessors. Earlier on the frontal I can be. Boy, there's that big comment, I want to read it, but this car is too fast on the straight to even have a time to read such a comment. Oh wow. Like, it slits sideways, first to the left and then to the right. But equipment doesn't really matter all that much. Like, it does matter, but it's not just outright pace for free. Well, you know, not for free, you're paying a lot for this stuff, but... yeah, typical Porsche understeer in those fast corners. Well, the range where the limit is and how you can slide the car is so much wider than a GT3, so you can just slide it like that, but gain time overall. You need to fight it. It's just also fun that way. 220.9. I guess there is a second in the car and you can go below 220. Spinala. Man, maybe with better dampers it can like keep the I don't know, keep the tires on the ground. But check out that Eau Rouge though. Ah, come on. So it went like that was on this lap. Look at the car. Here I lift off the throttle, I climb the curb, and then when it here, right here, look, when it goes off the curb, like it goes off the curb, sliding towards the left. And that was weird. And then it goes over that hill here. You see the car goes here light, then again on that curb, bounces off it, and after the bounce it starts sliding into the right, and again bounces like the cup car does, with not as sophisticated dampers, and it bounces and bounces. That's so interesting. that was on the limit. Also, it wasn't a cut. Like, I guess this white line is still a limit. I don't know how to really use the free camera in VR yet. Michał, przestań spamić na czacie. Just a normal day for an Audi guy. Yeah, Audi also doesn't like coming off that curb. The free camera overall is possible, but in the replays, I think like you can't control it in the replay. Like overall here, I can control it like side to side now. I'm not moving the head, I'm moving the mouse. Sorry for a lot of camera movement. And I can like move it up and down also. So that's all mouse movement, apart from moving my head as well. So I can like, and with arrows I can move it front and back. So like when I am already in the car, then the camera works. Also, that's one thing, that's only aesthetic, that could be improved in ACC menu. In ACC menu, the cars, you know, there probably isn't any physics running under the hood. So look at the stance of the car. How aggressive is the stance of the cup car? Like in the menu, it's like almost an SUV with super high front right height. But it looks so much nicer with the proper stance. Oh man, that's such a nice car. Yeah, but in the replay itself, yeah, because I have a cursor or the pointer, I can't really move like with the mouse side to side. I can only move with arrows, and I can detach the camera from the car and move it. But then my movement is limited because I cannot go down, I cannot go up. So yeah, that's a bit of shame. What? Okay, this is confusing. Okay, because that was a free camera that was pointing in the other direction. Never mind. Okay. So what next? Yeah, your work wall is always super tight. I think when in my first ever race in AOR, we hit 40 cars in 1 second on Nurburgring. Oh yeah, Imola. Imola is nice track. First of all, buy DLC. Well, I can try 2018 Porsche. I mean, it's a bit pointless. Oh, I know what we can try. We can try 2018 Porsche on Bathurst. Make it nice and hot because it's Bathurst. I don't know when it's coming out. Seventeen flicks of wing. Okay, let's see.
Green light. Go, go, go.
I know it's not the fastest out there, even though it won the race. Yeah, at the top of the hill, we will die. Well, I'm gonna die. In VR. That's the wall. I mean, you know, pushing on super low pressure doesn't help. I didn't touch the wall though. I think I need to go with higher pressure though. Because even though it's no, it's super hot, so should I? Oh, it's again another fucked up setup. Let's go like that. Oh, it's so sensitive. And so scary there. Yeah, the old 911 is so pointy. You know, like turn it and it immediately goes in. same mistakes all over again. Every lap. No, I'm not touching 2015 Nissan. Don't know how to make it turn in. I mean, tires are hot as fucking overpressured. So surface temperatures are begging for mercy there. Oh, probably surface temperatures don't matter, but it's hot anyway. Well, 201.6, 201.5. But I loaded it up with like proper buffers conditions and we have 35 air. 35 air. That's easily a second there. Compared to like 20 air. Yeah, over the Skyline, on 5th gear, it was so much nicer. Or at least it felt a bit more secure. Like here, still 5th gear, 5th gear, 5th gear, so the engine braking doesn't rotate too much. And only then you downshift. Here you brake and then downshift twice to 3rd and then to 2nd if needed. And here, dipper is nice, look at the dipper. So you're hugging the inside of the first part of the, I don't know exact names of the corner, but it's like a little double apex. Here you can see at the very entry, you hit kind of the first apex, and then the corner tightens up to this point, like almost the second apex. But then you need to do like transition so much earlier. Look how early the transition is. Here's the transition and there's the wall, but then the car goes through the dip, and now you see it goes like straight, almost sideways. That was actually pretty fucking close. Hello, wall. although it slid a bit too much on the exit. I mean, not bad. You can definitely get half a second more out of the car. In the race room, it would struggle because it burns fuel, like it burns it. Like Mercedes is a plug-in hybrid compared to this. Yeah. Shame on me. It should have been closer. What next? Maybe some GT4? Maybe some Maserati? You know what? That was a nice track combo. I want to see what I can get out of this car. Let's go like proper low temperature. Let's see what we can do. I mean, 15, it's still not super low. Like 15 air, that's not that cold if you think about it. Like below 10, now that's cold. But still like 15, 16, 17, that's not really that cold of an air temperature. The track should be a lot more, but in ACC it isn't like that. Like the difference between when it's like really like when the sun is beaming onto the track, I think at least that the difference between air and track temperature should be a bit higher. But it depends how they program it, what the temperature, where it's really measured, and so on and so on. Okay, so there we go. Great. I loaded it in free practice. I need a hot tub. Okay.
Green light, give it all you can.
Probably gonna regret lowering the wing. Look at the sun. That's amazing in VR. When there's a sunrise on buffers, normally on the single screen, no one cares on the straight, but you can see there is a beautiful sun. I know it's only low settings and it looks shit, and it's way better to get into the car and go for a drive in real life, or for a walk. But that's always something. Things that are pretty are nice. Yeah, I definitely regret lowering the wing. Lol. I think for the forest elbow I need to just lower brake bias. No, I don't have any Fanatec gear, I have Thrustmaster 300. But it's not a stock T300 wheel, it's well, it's still a Thrustmaster wheel, but it's that 599 Alcantara wheel. So it's bigger in diameter, and it's just nicer. And it's also stiffer, I think. 2004 straight away. Okay, that was shit. Time to adjust the pressures. Okay, I'll go back to what it was. I don't really know what to do. I mean, you know, it's a setup. What can I change? I can add camber. No, not really a thing to do at Bathurst with the temperatures. Yeah, well, I mean, you know, Thrustmaster also makes good wheels, and it sells a lot of wheels, especially probably for like let's say, maybe more casual users, not hardcore sim racers, and their stuff is really, really nice. It's just that Fanatec and Thrustmaster, like, some of their products maybe compete with each other. Although, we obviously know that Fanatec aims for maybe those, more, let's call them hardcore sim racers. With more high-end gear available in their lineups or in their offerings. Yeah, to code brown moments. So twitchy on the top. Oh yeah. It's hard to feel the car. I mean, like, I need to adjust to it, and it takes more to adjust to this specific car compared to other cars. Yeah, but that was... Sure, it's already got out of shape. Yeah, exactly. Like, it is true that they just make those particular products, but they're still really, really good in what they are. No, bang the limiter. Fuck. There was a 10th right there, but right before the corner. Jesus, that was so stupid. Look how stupid a person can be. I'm going into that turn, and like somewhere around here, I decided, let me change brake balance. Like literally right here, I went with my hand, like there where the map, the green positioning switches on the Porsche wheel. It's similar place when I have, you know, a little toggle up and down to change brake balance. I have it mapped there, and I went for it to change brake balance before the corner, like right in this very moment. So stupid, but it was nice lap. Uh, it's such a difficult track in the Porsche. Here you need to really hook it into the camber of the road. Here, like, go for late apex and then hack this camber right here. Yeah. And then here you see, and that camber gives me a really nice exit out of here. And you really need to already apply the traction and go straight, because you're going over that curb and you're at a really high speed, and it just helps it to carry the momentum and accelerate over it. So you don't necessarily need to go towards the very wall, towards, like, you know, to the wall as close as possible. This was a bit too wide, but it bottoms out a bit. Yeah, here it bottoms out, but then it, you know, applied the traction nicely. Definitely like probably half a tenth there. Now here is a tricky part, because like behind that line, road is here cambered on the right side. Road is cambered, like, you know, it's sloping down and towards the inside, and then it's sloping down towards the outside. So it's almost like a ditch. So you need to, before turning, already go away from it, and then it hacks the camber nicely. So like on buffers, it's really crucial to use camber of the road really consistently, because it changes the balance of the car so much. And with car like this, and it's so twitchy, it's really a key. And so again here, it just cleared the corner properly, and now this was really nice. Use all the road here, and then it goes through that compression and gains so much more turning. But so you need to watch on that and use only very little steering, because it will gain so much rotation through that compression there that will send you to the inside curb. But ultimately you need to hit that clipping point. And if you did like entering from really wide all the way from that wall, although again watch out, because it can bottom out, or just touch the wall. But then again, here you need to be already like kind of straight, because you can see the car here is bouncing and bouncing. So here it needs to be kind of going straight. You need to open up that exit of, I think that's Fox Hello or something like that, the corner's name. So on the exit already kind of needs to be straightening out. So it balanced on the exit. I think I touched the wall. Yeah, I clipped it. And then here, oh my god, I went in so early. And then it flies over the air, and then again bottoms out, and you can see how much turning it gains. But again, the timing of all of this needs to be really nailed. And there's probably even more time and speed to be found, but it's all about the line here. And then just lift off the throttle early. I think I left it off the throttle quite early. You can listen to the engine. Here, I touched the brake. And that's quite early if you think about it. Like, you know, it's people brake to the skyline so much later. But what you need to do is brake earlier, position into the corner well, and then from here I'm just coasting into the corner in 5th gear. I was still really cautious, but a bit of practice, getting the balance of the car nice, getting around your head around it, the view, and yeah, you can probably attack it a bit more. Again, boom. Was it closer? I don't think it was as close. Meh. That was shit. And yeah, that was 0.3 something down already. Here with that nice exit, you see? Because on the previous session, with high temperatures, here it slid on the exit. And here you need to kind of position it right like that, so it already clears the corner, you see? Here. So it's not still turning there, it's already gunning to the right. And boom. You can take that curve, you can not take that curve, whatever. And here it was just absolutely trash. Nothing happened there, nothing to see. Okay, there it is. Free buffers guide. Well, I can't really change the brake balance towards the entering the skyline, So the only place where I can do it is after the dipper. So it's just after the dipper and before the elbow where I can do that. But it's not really a place. Like you need to do that right after the elbow. Right after the dipper. Well, it wasn't really that much in depth. Like we could talk for probably more than an hour about buffers. I guess I should do some lab guides for YouTube or something like that. At least people were asking for them. Okay, so we didn't ended up lab. So there's definitely half a second in there. I'm gonna do a video later maybe, but I'm not gonna hot lap now because it's like I'd rather do something more casual and just focus on the chat more. Okay, so what now? I haven't actually even seen what are the like. I don't see in VR anything apart from the chat like this. So I'm not really monitoring any like view counts or thumbs up or thumbs down. I don't even know what's going on. Like if the stream even stopped, I wouldn't probably notice. uh, yeah, I was thinking about random online race. I mean, the quality would be like really bad. But I guess we can try. Okay, server is full. Please try again. I wanted to join something. Uh, Another one is full. Fuck my life. Are you kidding me? Like, it's fourth server that I want to join, and it's full right after I click on it. Actually, let me check something, because maybe there's something going on. No, nothing going in here. So I guess no racing with Mr. Git. Well, maybe there was some problem with the stream. I don't know. I mean, it can happen. You know, my connection can go like right down. So maybe there was like a lot of drop frames or paused for a second. But I guess it's still going. Yeah, it should. Ah, no worries, man. Uh, oh, come on. Like, why do you do that to me? Game? Because if you're joining Spa, then I don't want to join in a Porsche because it's just slow. It's not gonna be enjoyable. But I would like to join some race in a Porsche, but not like on really bad Porsche track, you know. Here are empty servers. There's that Nurburgring, but it's 12 people. Spa, Apex Online Racing. Okay, let's go with that. Apex Online Racing Spa. And we're going in with Lambo. I have a setup for Lambo that I haven't tried and I got from someone. So I can try that. And we're gonna see just how bad it is to drive on Spa with 20 people on a laptop in VR while streaming with 600 bitrate. That's gonna be a fucking interesting experience. Oh wait, yeah, I just realized, because I'm streaming, people want to join the same server as I. Haven't thought about it. Although there's quite a bit of a delay, so... Well, kinda is the Italian Audi, although the Huracan differs quite a lot from the Audi. And I don't like the Audi, so I'd rather go with the Lambo. I just don't like Audi as a brand. Not a fan. I mean, let's see. I'm just gonna like lower the graphics straight away because I don't even want to have any problems. I'm gonna turn off that post-processing just in case, because it's gonna lag for sure, so no need to even try. I think it's this thing right here. Okay, let's see. So let's see what my ping is gonna be. Yeah, I also like from time to time, like, go on Fanatec's site, you know, and you're like, okay, what would it cost to buy like stuff you want? Like, not even trying to configure like, you know, everything at max to see how high it goes. Just, you know, make like, you know, average, but you know, it's not no longer average, but you know, just stuff you would like to have, but not crazy, and it usually goes to like 5,000 euro. Yeah, probably you could say that. Fanatec. I don't even have a Fanatec wheel, and I lost few races because of Fanatec. Because in both Simgrid races we had sorry, in two in 2 of SimGrid World Cup races we had, and Niels got disconnected, like his wheel disconnected while he had his stint, and you know, we just lost so much time because he had to stop on the track, reconnect the wheel, or even go to the pit like without force feedback to change the driver in the middle of the stint, and we just lose so much time because of that. We possibly lost a podium on Spa 24 because of Fanatec wheel disconnect. That was a mental race though. From pole position in this beautiful quali, with super pole in the thunderstorm. Yeah, a bit of the shame, but you know, at the end of the day, we had great 24 hours. We had so much fun doing it. So many good moments in the race. Pace was strong, considering where other Mercedes were. We were the first Mercedes. Setup understeers quite a lot, but I think it's made for full fuel, so it would make sense. Okay, Poulon probably in 4th. I'm not really driving good, to be honest. Car feels almost like just weird a bit. Let's see, I'm gonna adjust the pressures. That would be still a pole position by a second, but yeah. I can go more camber, less caster. So we're starting 22nd. I'm not qualifying on purpose, by the way. And yeah, we'll see. It's online Apex Online Racing, so it's not a bad server by any means. So yeah, I mean, FPS are going a bit up and down, so it's a bit annoying, but yeah. Okay, thanks man, see you next time. I mean, I hope there's gonna be a next time. I don't really want to lower the wing. I don't think it's the wing. I mean, you know, it also well could be the wing, but I don't want to risk it with the wing. I don't know setups, and I don't know what the rest of the setup is. So I don't really want to mess with it that much. Oh, that Audi's gone. I think car behind him, yeah, went into him. I'm sure that it's really decent setup. Not decent, like it's really very good setup for full fuel. But I'm not really. I don't really know myself what to do with it for lower fuel. Oh, come on. Slow down. Yeah, there's a lot of warping from back and forth. Holy fuck. Oh my god, that's a huge field. That's a big server. Gonna be interesting. Uh, 30 cars. Damn. Starting almost last. Gonna give it one click of rake. And that's gonna be pure death. We have Rex in front of us, and there's a Lambo. Aston behind us. So that's, yeah, that's only that Aston and Lambo behind us. Oh, that was good. Oof. Oof. 60 FPS. And maybe I should turn on
20 seconds.
ASW. Nah, let's see.
Going double file.
Time to die. Okay. Rear tires are warm now. I'm gonna probably get a 70 right here at the hairpin. Oh no, behind it. Nice. Look at that Ferrari. Now he has to slow down. He doesn't know what to do.
Green light.
Ah. Oh, that Rex is going in. Okay. I took it easy. But this gap is like, come on. that a lot happened there. And here also that happened. 3 wide. I didn't want to Oh my god, what's going on? That was unintentional dive on that Porsche. Sorry. Oh, he's sideways. Man, they're warping back and forth. It's so hard. Okay, he's gone. Yeah, you see, that's how much Porsche struggles. He hit my slipstream. He was right on me, and now he's losing for Blanchiment. P16. So 11 positions gained. Okay, let's go. Yellow flag, that's gonna be interesting. Okay, guy back to the pits. Right at the exit there was... well, someone's telling me. Oh, hi Ryan. Yes, this is Minecraft. No, this is Roblox. Nie. Dobrze, będzie ciszej. Nie, nie, nie. Look at that warping. Like I was behind him, way behind him, and now I'm getting alongside. Jesus. That's some next level warping. Lol. Power! Let's hope that the Lambo has better top end. Oh, he had to let off the throttle. Okay. Yeah, 8-bit streamer. I mean, the thumbnail is streaming with world's slowest internet. Okay, slow car there. Hello. They're warping so hard. So much. It's hard to know what's going on with like how they are positioning the car and what lines are they taking. Are they braking? Are they not braking? Yeah, blame Kevin. It's all Kevin's fault. Oh, I gave him so much room. Yeah, that's done. Can't steer. Well, that's it. I tried. Oh, come on. Nope, that's not happening. Ooh, and that Bentley and Aston got totally wiped. Should have backed off. There's so much warping, not really hard to know what to do, you know? Yeah, F in the chat. Yeah, I think we need to go back to single player because frame rates here are really, really bad. And yeah, we gained 1 SA point, lol. By the way, is Gamer Muscle still streaming? I don't know why this window is so small, but yeah, he's still streaming.
From having the power to absolutely smash.
We can try that. Yeah, exactly, Radeon is straight. He entered it at such a weird angle. Like, he went straight and then turned late. Like, you can't go through Eau Rouge while turning late. It just won't work. I guess we need to wait for the next race. Give me a moment. Is it gone? Or maybe it's back? Hello, hello. What do you guys want to see? AC, ACC? It's back. Okay. At least it works. Maserati the buffers. Oh, okay. Actually, Maserati. Let's go to talking about Maserati. Let's go to Misano because there's a hot lap at Misano, so we can try Maserati if it's any good there. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, electronics. Nice joke. Okay. Yeah, that screen with the Porsche in the pit lane. That screenshot. That's the other screen and that I sometimes go into if I like go through different stuff and I don't want you to see all the mess that's going on in the like when I go into Steam VR or like Steam VR and Oculus VR and I go through all this stuff here, like you don't need to see this because it just looks probably super weird. Uh, so yeah, it's just better to switch to the other view. Oh well, um, I don't have RF2 myself. I played it a few times, but like you can watch some videos and you can clearly see you can exploit RF2 as hell and drift the cars around. I guess there are already a lot of more valuable and less valuable videos about that already on the YouTube and all over the internet, and there is discussion what's wrong, what can be improved, why those exploits exist in the way that they are. Zbinala. Okay, let's try to do some proper laps with that car. It's a really, really fun car to drive. Well, ACC doesn't really have big exploits. I mean, you know, the setup meta is usually that you can use a lot of aero and a lot of wing, but it's not necessarily always the case. Maybe not even with the new updates is not as much apparent. But you know, those cars have really, really efficient aerodynamics in real life too, so... You know, it's not that that a certain sim is broken, or there are like fundamental problems with a sim that create certain behaviors at the limit. Like probably all the sims, the very core basics, they're really, really good, but then really, really minor details in tire model, in suspension model, in how dampers react and how they move, how overall the car reacts to all those things combined. All those very little adjustments create just make a lot of changes to what the final result is, and you know, at the limit, those little changes will be really, really apparent. For example, you know, 1.6, people feel like, you know, ACC got totally new tire model or something like that. Like, no, it's just that they change only slightly, few, like literally only few values, only few, just a bit, to make it more aligned with the real life data that they got from Pirelli. Just they only adjusted them super, super slightly, and you had, you know, like completely new feel from the cars. Totally different balance on different way they handle on the limit. You can balance the car so much easier. Force feedback changed so much just because they changed few values. So, you know, sims are so detailed nowadays that every single one, if some of those details are gonna be different, their combined are gonna produce a final result that's ultimately is gonna have a certain, you know, a way to be, you know, fastest with those physics and physics, and that creates exploits. And like, you have to have literally every single little detail perfect not to have any exploits, but that's just not possible with, you know, even though sims are really, really, really advanced. You know, there's so much more going on. And that was a big rant. I can't focus on the driving because I'm constantly trying to look at the chat. I can actually move that chat. Oh, yeah, maybe like that. What do you mean no game sound? Oh, okay, now. Okay, you should be back. Well, I don't think in RF2 it can be solved with little patch. It's more than a little patch. It's just that I'm saying that all those little details will make a final product that will create a certain way of being fastest with those physics, and then you get the exploits. But in RF2, you would have to, you know, change a lot of little details and probably the way they are simulated overall, and every single one, you know, correlates with each other, and they work together. So it's not that easy as changing only few things. you know, in ACC they rely a lot on data. They want to rely a lot on the data they find. So you know, if they find some new data about the tires and they get some new data from Pirelli, they try to implement that. So that's why those changes were made, and then while doing new tires. Sound should be back. No. Detaching ARB and running super low wing doesn't work at all in ACC. ACC overall, like, it's really hard to find exploits in ACC. Like, if anything, I think in ACC you could build at theoretically good setups. I mean, you know, using them one-to-one in real life, like, that would be also no use, and the car would feel awful probably. But like the way of thinking about setups and the stuff you follow, like the mentality that you follow doing a certain setup, is probably one of the closest to what should be. At least that's feedback that I got from people that know setups in ACC. I mean, you know, it's never perfect, but it is quite close in terms of how it should be. And you know, end result won't be perfect, and the values, you know, of course, won't be the same. But at least the way of creating a setup is kind of as it should be, and you know, cars work in certain operating windows. It's so much more complex. Like, you can't just detach ARB and suddenly car is stable. You can't just make suspension super soft and suddenly you have a lot of rear grip. Sometimes it needs to be stiff to work. Yeah, sound is back. Okay, let's go for some laps finally. I'm gonna maybe increase just a little bit, because yeah. It sounds so good, and then the downshifts, they are amazing as well. Not too much. always lock the wheel into that corner. Yeah, probably you can do a 41. Let's see the chat. There was a lot of discussion. I mean, comparing times between real life and sim is like really, don't do that. There's no need because there are so many little factors that can make difference in a lap time. That there's just and not only factors in terms of like how physics in real life differ from physics in the sim, but also about all the other factors like driving related, car related, setup related, everything. Yeah, I agree with Sergio here. I don't really know for sure, but I think, and I was talking once with a guy from Canada. He used to be a racing driver. Like in ACC, we drive on optimum all the time, but track is really rarely optimum. So yeah, it's rare to see an optimum track. If it's not optimum, then it's something else. Usually it's hotter or colder track is more slippy. Sometimes they also don't get pressures right. Setups for the cars are made for all kinds of drivers, for all kinds of weather. They have less tire sets they can use. They don't have that much practice that we have. Well, in real life, there's also not like in real life there's no 100% brake. Like it's just a number in a sim, but in real life there's nothing like 100% brake. Like of course there's a certain limit of braking power, certain braking like certain brakes of the car have, but well, also like it goes up with grip to optimum, but also then it goes down with grip as there's more rubber, more dirt, a lot more dirt, uh, oil on the track, and there's many other natural weather factors to what grip should be and what grip actually is. Uh, a lot more surf, like, you know, I guess I don't know, but maybe some microscopic stuff, like really track or even sometimes corner specific to where the track has a certain amount of grip or it doesn't. Well, I agree that maybe sometimes in ACC cars feel way too stable, but I also think it's about a lot of it to do with the track. not necessarily not necessarily the cars and physics of the cars, although they also probably have something to do. But there's really so many things there is to still to improve in Sims. Like ACC is probably nowhere near comparable to what is driving a real GT3 car. It's really damn close in terms of where we are in with simulation, and it's so enjoyable and so immersive. Yet, if you would like really compare it one to one, it's, I mean, there's no point. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like sometimes just for my own, just for pleasure, I watch onboards from GT3 cars because they are nice to watch and you can see them how they drive and so on and so on. But I guess a lot of people that are arguing about physics and that are trying to spot those differences, they look at the driving and they only focus on the very fact that there was a certain correction, or they drive in a certain way that they do corrections, or the car just slides more, and they only focus on the very fact that there was a certain slide and in the sim there usually isn't, but they completely miss or totally don't focus on why a certain slide would occur, what would be the driving style of a certain driver, why would he do that, what could be a cause for that, how did it happen. Maybe there was something wrong with the physics, but then again, was it that just more grip that caused the car to grip rather than broken physics? It's just that physics worked correctly, but on higher grip, so the car didn't slip. Simple as that. So you never know what is wrong, but people obviously come to straight away to a conclusion that the game is broken. It's the same with RF2. Yes, it is flawed in a way that you can really exploit it, but overall, it's really complex simulation program that calculates shit tons of things and is really accurate in some aspects, but the other aspects just make the whole package behave in a certain way that you can exploit also in a certain way. Let's go to, I think the 2020 is less grippy. Spa, I think. Let's go with green track with 1% wetness. I don't know why, but let's go with 1% wetness. That's probably not even gonna make a difference. Let's put in clouds so it doesn't evaporate straight away. Let's put in 5% then. Let's see how it looks when it's okay, maybe less. Let's put 2%. And okay, let's go with super cold. So the tires are gonna have let's simulate what would be probably unrealistically sleepy conditions in terms of probably in those certain conditions track wouldn't be that sleepy or would be more sleepier. I don't know, but at least let's go with something that will give us less grip overall, just that, and see what will be a car behavior and how will it react to the driving. So green track, early in the morning, super low temperature, and we hope for a bit of wetness. So bit of moisture on the track, fog, stuff like that. It's there. It's not in ACC, but it's there in real life. Yeah, it says greasy. Okay, let's see. 7 degrees. I mean, I don't disagree with you, does it? I agree that this is a tendency, but I don't necessarily think that it's only like purely physics, car physics, correct? You know, uh, that is because of just car handling physics. And there was a guy recently on the forum with a statement that there's probably something wrong with core physics. I mean, come on, I already talked about it. There's nothing wrong with. I mean, okay, maybe there is something, but there's no major issue with core physics of the game. It's just that every single little other factor may create a different, end result. For example, there was that video, I really like it, of Niels Husingveld with his Lamborghini Huracan GT3, where he tweaked a lot of things just to show us the final result that, in his belief, is how cars should handle. Of course, he has all the data, he has knowledge, and he's really, really talented guy in terms of sim development, and also quite a good driver, so he has a feel for those things. And he's doing amazing stuff. But at the end of the day, it's still, his personal opinion. It's not the fact that this should be how GT3 car is driving. It's his personal take on how it should drive. But it still was, driving in really, really nicely. You could see that the car was, it probably had a lot of flaws if you would, try to apply those physics that he created, and those behaviors that those physics would then give us on, different tracks, different grip levels, different tires, wet, and so on and so on. It's so hard to do a universal physics engine. But at least he showed us that, with different, let's say, tricks, he achieved some kind of car's behavior that he wanted to achieve. So it goes the other way around, that if we have, and he changed only small details, and he even changed them for being wrong just to get a certain behavior at the end. But for example, in ACC it doesn't work like that, because devs don't want to put wrong data into the sim just to make it drive better, because they think it is more realistic. They want to base it on the real data, which is understandable. That's just their take on that, on what how simulation should be. But it works the other way around. Since Niels only tweaked small details here and there to get a final result, then we can apply it to how ACC does it, and if only real data or data that they use differ only slightly here and there, it's also gonna differ how the end result is gonna be. 1.6 was one really, really good example of that. Okay, still greasy, aggressive preset. Let's not even go for correct tire pressure, because, let's say we miscalculated for a strategy tire pressures. Okay, maybe let's go up slightly, because this is outrageous. But it should be like good enough. Oh fuck, we're in hot lap. We can't be in the hot lap. We need to be like in proper quality or something, like practice. Okay, back to the chat. A bit of a rant. I also, watching the video of Niels, I think that Lambo looked like it was handling really, really realistically. But even he was explaining that look, it is handling realistically, but the way he achieved it was through some like seriously unrealistic tricks with the physics engine he had at his disposal, and that he's familiar with. But it just goes to show that even with such old engine, that it's R Factor 1 was based on it. I think, I'm not old enough to remember, unfortunately. Those weren't my days. But it's really an old creation in that engine that AMS1 is based on. And So it's really, really incomplete, and you really need a complete physics engine to align both correct data with correct final result. It's a balance between the two all the time. Okay, not quick race, hot stint. Let's go.
Alright mate, this session is about consistency. Try to be fast, but don't push it too much over the limit.
Well, I mean, I also probably wouldn't mind unrealistic data to get a good result, but like I said, it's just how Kunos and sometimes even how SRO wants the sim to be developed, and they're just going for data-based, licensed, because they get the data from Pirelli, because they also have that collaboration with SRO, and they literally get a data on a race tire that's currently being used. Like, imagine that Codemasters F1 games have literal data from Pirelli how true F1 tires are done. Like, there are videos on YouTube, that F1 tires are amazing because this and that, but probably there's not many people that know, every little detail of how those tires are really engineered and made. And those little small details make the biggest difference. So they're going for a data based, or I think they are going for a data based, as close to real simulation. So they aren't really going for. I mean, the end result that they want is, of course, the best end result. It's just that they are trying to do that with the by going with the way of having most accurate real data they can find, and using it to develop their physics engine. Yeah, sims are super complex. Recently on Ari's stream we were talking about that. I was asking him about the question. I was just wondering myself how much of an effect that would be. So I asked him about, for example, flex. We have a chassis flex in the car, and the chassis flexes, and you can feel it. If you know what you're looking for, you can feel it. What's going on with the chassis, and chassis flex does have certain. It changes how cars behave, and it works in the sim. But everything flexes in the car, like literally everything. Every single little piece of the car flexes, and that every single little flex throughout the corner changes how the car was gonna react. And the chassis flex is a really, really big flex that is taken to consideration when tuning dampers and suspension, and tuning the whole car. The chassis flex is a big part of tuning the car. But every other little flexes all around, with push rods, suspension arms, wheel hubs, every single little in the drivetrain, in chassis, in suspension, everything flexes. Aerodynamic parts flex. Everything moves. And every single little detail has. Then when they combine it with them all, they have an effect at the end result. But it's just not possible to make that seem that complex. There's just no, how would you even do that? You can try, but then again you come to a point like, who the fuck is gonna give you a data on that, and how are you gonna test the data? Mm, you know then you need to align that everything so it works as it should, like truly as it should, not only okay, we made it, it works, but it works only for the sake of it. It's not really the way to go, you know. I mean, you know, exciting times that they are trying, and the sim world is going further and further. So I'm definitely really you know, I can't wait what further Kunus will do, because they're doing an amazing job. Like seriously, this is amazing what they are achieving and what sim racing overall can be. But it's still so long way to go when you truly really go in deep into it, how it works. Actually, ACC takes into the account the driver weight. Like if you take all the weights, I mean, it doesn't take your weight into account, but I think the driver weighs 80 kilos, and his like you know, his weight and his mass is, you know, where I'm sitting in the car. It's not like only added to a overall mass of the car. It's like 80 kilos placed here on the driver's seat. So actually, you know, I think I heard it somewhere. So I hope it's true, but you know, always something. Yeah, I think I heard it when, like, so long ago, when we were still like talking with the devs about how the game is, and like discovering Motec, how it works, and like getting all the data of what each other car weighs, and so on and so on. So, yes, if you choose a gentleman driver, then then your driver weighs 110 kilos exactly. That's why cars are slower. Oh man, that that could be a conspiracy theory, because I don't weigh much, so maybe that's why I'm fast in ACC. So I'm quite slim and thin of a guy, tall, but I don't weigh much. Yeah. Lando looks pretty small. I don't know. It's hard to compare. You know, always when you see the people only in real life, then you really see how they are in terms of size and their, you know, height, and how they look like on the street. On the screen, it's never the same. Cheating confirmed. Of course, I'm cheating. I mean, how else would you drive so fast, right? It has to be cheats or setup. Anything else like isn't even a... Okay, we're gonna do that test. So a bit of wetness, super cold track, and wrong pressures. Aggressive preset. Let's take like full fuel. Okay, a bit up, but not super up. 7 degrees, greasy track. It says it's greasy. We'll see. And let's see how car will react. Yeah, that one race was so funny when I got like 100 kilos, 20% restrictor, and I was still faster than everyone else. But that was in the rain. Look, I just broke, or just braked at the normal braking point even earlier than it, and it totally understeered. tires are getting cold because surface temperatures are nowhere. We're going into Eau Rouge. Just, you see, no way the car is making it, and people say like, oh, in ACC physics are broken if you're going through Eau Rouge flat. Of course you can't. Here was an example, a bit greasy track, only slightly bit of moisture on the track. For example, in the morning or something like that. We can simulate low grip as, I don't know, dirt on the track, oil on the track, whatever. That's after a full 24-hour race. And you can see how much the car is struggling. We'll see on pull on throttle how it will behave. Going into the turn, IBS works overtime. Doesn't want to turn on throttle. Snap, you see? I mean, I'm not driving it properly and smoothly. But you can see that it's kinda all over the place. See? Okay, that was an AstroTurf. Here, there on the entry, it oversteered again, you see? Okay, Blanchiment, let's see what happens. Okay, it could take it flat, but I'm gonna tell you something. Like, it rotated because the rear end had a bit less grip. So, like, there was quite a bit of slippage. It wasn't understeer city. It turned from Rouge because it had just that slightly bit of slippage. Porsche Cup memories. We did a 227. I did a 227. I don't know why I'm saying all the time we. I'm here by myself. And that's how you take Eau Rouge safely with lifting of the throttle, and that's why in real life in the race they are slower. Because they need to lift, and they lift, then the speed is lower. And they need to brake earlier, they need to be cautious with the car, don't overuse curbs, because if you absolutely smash the curbs, you will damage the tires, you will damage the car, the underfloor. And then imagine you are, for example, double stinting the tires, and you're, on brand new set. So nice, we have new brand sticker tires. But if you're double stinting, if you have, okay, not maybe double stinting, but you have a bit of an used set from practice, because you have limited tire sets. You won't have so much grip as here. It wasn't super fast lap, but also we gain in ACC a lot of speed in low temperatures. Like, I think in low temperatures sometimes track is too grippy, but it's not about just, it's like that. There's probably a shit tons of factors that create such thing. We need to add ballast to this guy. No, in town races it's illegal. In community races it's fun. I mean, again, that Imola race in the wet, that was mental. I mean, you know, Stuart, you're not slow by any means, so I mean, you're still pulling out some fast lap times in those time trials. Yeah, I added those laptop specs in the description. I knew people would be asking for them. So, you know, we gained still with quite a lot of, you know, low temperature, so the car was going in the straight like hell. And it still did a 221.6. And, you know, it wasn't a, you know, lap full of mistakes. It was just me driving around. And of course, you know, in real life, you know, pro-am drivers or even pro drivers, they can't be on it for 3 hours straight. It's so much more physically demanding. Probably sim racing is a bit more mentally demanding, but in real life it's so much more physically demanding. So, you know, and you know, still in the night they were doing 218s in Spa 24, but then why in every single other conditions it's more like 220s, 221s? There you go. That was 221, and we saw in the replay how car was a bit more snappy on the pull-on, for example. At the very beginning there was less of that moisture that we put on the track. Probably now it's not greasy anymore. Yeah, now it's green, you know. So it started greasy, now it's green after 2 laps. So, you know, it, I don't know, evaporated or whatever that moisture that was on the track. But, you know, those are like little factors here and there that play, that make a difference. 218 but with no track limits. Like, you want me to do now? That looks funny, look. Pink tires. You didn't know that you can make tires pink in ACC, right? Oh yeah, 218. No, in the race they went back to normal track limits. In the race they went to normal track limits, but yeah, in the quali that was just a total joke. But yeah, the Lind in the race did during the night the fastest lap was 218 something. So, you know, during our Spa 24 in SimGrid we also did, considering there we had kind of a wet mixed setup. Everyone was running kind of a mixed setup, but you know, still really aggressive one compared to probably what would be used in real car. Just because in the wet, when the wet comes in real life, it's so much more slippier. Probably more controlled, but still slippier, ultimately. And during our Spa 24, which was really in low temperatures, in the SimGrid 1, we had the fastest lap time 17.5. So, you know, it's only a second. A second isn't that much. You know, when people talk about hot laps of like, you know, 2:15s, I mean, those lap times are, you know, just everything you can get out of the car, out of the physics, out of the setup in this given scenario, in this given sim. But that doesn't say anything if you want to compare this lap to what's happening in real life. Like, because then everything is different. Because you're pushing to the limit what's possible in the sim. And the closer you get to that limit of what's possible, the less realistic it gets, because, you know, ultimately it needs to get unrealistic to be faster, because you need to find those imperfections that possibly are faster. Not every are, but some are, and you need to find them to be fast. Like I said before, in ACC there aren't many of them, and it's more like inconsistency in terms of data not really being aligned, but like the way that car should work and should behave, and the way how you should set up them to add this, add that, because of, and to get some car behaviors. That's kind of correct. Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember AOR? Season 4 Spa in the wet, when I was behind Jarrier cutting the Eau Rouge every single time. Like when I was driving, I was like properly on it, because car wasn't that fast, but I was fast, and I was properly on it. And I was cutting this chicane every single time. I was just cutting it and cutting it and cutting it. I was just focused on it. Okay, not gaining time, going as fast as possible. But at the end, I felt quite shit about that. Yeah, the fastest lap was done by Dennis Lind. I mean, there's always a talk about leaving some room, but also, I guess, in the sim, it's still a sim, and it's still so much more basic compared to real life. So in real life, there's so much more play and variables every single lap. So hi, Killian. So there's not really. Yeah, I also remember Jared getting pleased about it. Not really. So like in real life, it's probably harder to be consistently on the very limit of what's possible. Like they are still at the limit, but not at the limit of what's let's say possible of in terms of getting the ultimate time and speed out of the car. But they are still at the limit, and they are playing at the limit, and they are doing it like seriously, really on the limit. Like I guess some people underestimate real life racing drivers. Sometimes, like seriously, in sims, some stuff are so much easier. No, I'm not driving that much, Killian, so I'm not sweating that much. Also, the door is open. Imagine that. Like even few people came into that room and out, and they left the room the door open this time. Absolute scenes, unbelievable. Now people that don't know about the doors and sweating are gonna be like, what the fuck? Yeah, I think you have to experience both the race, maybe even as just only as spectator, or get maybe even paddock pass in the race. Uh, I mean, okay, it's pandemic right now. Even Aris, I think, talked about it on one of his streams. If you have a chance, just buy a ticket to one of those GT3 Blancpain. Okay, now it's GT World Challenge race, and just go there. It costs. It's going to F1. It costs a fortune, but going to such a GT3 race, it's not that expensive, and you can get a paddock pass, take a look at those cars, hear them, get the whole atmosphere of what's going around. Uh, there's so many differences, not only in how cars drive, but in the whole operation and the whole event, how they work, and the approach of everyone, and how the whole team approaches a certain event, how they mentally approach it, how they approach it in looking for speed with the car, working with the driver, and so on and so on. Here we are sitting in Sims, finding out little details of what's possible with a certain physics that we know. But they are working on real life cars in real life conditions that are so variable and so hard to get right. And the drivers are they don't have a couple thousand hours of practice on a certain track. They have limited tire set. They need to get everything out of the car. They need to be smart, how to how to how to approach a certain event, how to approach setuping out the car, and then just gun it on the limit, with sometimes not even being certain it's gonna be how they think it's gonna be, but they still race super hard. Yeah, I got that streaming to work. Probably now it's a bit more. There's a bit more resolution and bitrate because I'm just sitting in the car, although I'm moving my head around still as I'm talking. But when I'm driving, it's a bit worse. But at least I'm not. We tested driving online. It's quite shit because cars are whopping back and forth. That I can't focus, and CPU is just not handling ACC with streaming. So racing, it's a big no-no. But in single player, I can drive. I can talk with people on chat and discuss many stuff. I did a brief Bathurst track guide. So yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. And maybe quality is low, but at least people are here on the chat. We're having nice conversation. That's what it's all about. Yeah, exactly. With Nikki team, it's a good example, I think. Possibly also with Lando, like they're just having fun with it. It's ultimately a game. Yes, it is a very. It's a game that is a sim. So this game is a simulator, but it's ultimately a game. So for me, it's not about the question: is it a game? Is it a sim? It's a game that is a sim. It's both. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's still a sim. But it's it's still a game, but it's a game that's still a simulator, and that can be used in a nice way as a good practicing tool, as a tool to learn some stuff. To practice and so on and so on. How many hours do you have in ACC? A lot. Too much. That's the answer. Well, on Steam it's quite a lot because a lot of the times I have ACC opened, in the background, because I don't know. I was doing a livery, but then I went for 2 hours to eat something, but game was left there running. So there you go, 2 hours while I'm doing a livery, for example. People getting funny tricked by calling ACC a game. Look, I have, it's 2,000 hours overall Steam. It's not 2,000 hours spent in the game, of course, but it's still fucking a lot if the statistics says it's 2,000. So, and I am saying that it's just a game, but, the big part of my life is this game. And I'm also making some money doing coaching about what is ultimately playing a game. So, it is serious stuff, but it's still a game. The game still can be serious. It's not that it being a game suddenly makes it something lesser. Game is still an important thing. Like if we talk about the cars, this game sim about cars. We're all petrol heads. We love cars. Ultimately, cars is still a machine from metal, and that's it. If you think about it, you can't argue it. It is, but for petrolhead, it means so much more because it has so much more meaning for us. In a, I guess that's a bad word, spiritual sense. It has more meaning, stuff like that. Like what it is, it ultimately is only a machine from metal, and it, you know, it shouldn't be taken, uh, you know, out of driving more than cars. Um, I I guess that yes. Hmm. I mean, yeah, I guess like you love cars because of that interaction that you get with the cars. Like it's hard to love the car. I guess that's what I was saying. That of course it would be hard for you to love a car just because it is a car. Because you love the car and you like it because of the feelings you get by driving it, by interacting with it, by looking at it, which is also, I guess, a way of interacting with the car because sometimes it is done to look good. So, I mean, I also don't like really new hypercars because they are only, I guess, saying they're made for rich people without taste is also wrong. But they're not as pure as some other cars that are ultimately more enjoyable and that ultimately are uh, about enjoyment of a car, like of a car as a thing, uh, like old Mata that you can make a project card out of, or an S2000 that I was driving on the very start of the stream. I was just having fun with the car that I like driving because it was a pure driver's car, just about driving. So sure, talking with pasta for one. Yeah, Ferrari 488 GT3, the best car to have rants in. To have rants, to have discussions. That's a place to be where you want to discuss some stuff and think about something inside a race car. Hello. I actually didn't even watch F1 drivers race online. I mean, it's not the same thing anymore because you also can't expect them to take that seriously. I recently made a post, well, not a post, but a reply on the forum uh, that we were talking about racing drivers and simulators. Like, imagine that you are a racing driver and you're actually living out of and earning money by driving those machines in real life. Uh, and it's your job and it's your passion. And then ACC for you, that would be just, a game, a gimmick that's okay, fun, but it is nowhere near a real deal that they fully experienced and they know how it is and 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 what is ultimately what they live for and what they're living the dream. So for them it's so hard to step down in also in terms of like driving because it's totally different, but also it's so much weirder for them to take this seriously because it is a game. And they experience this stuff. I'm not saying they can't enjoy it. Like again, Nikitin, Lando, Christopher Zochling, uh, Perel, they're enjoying that stuff so much and they're doing that. But they are doing that not as exactly the same way of driving and everything. It's just another hobby on kind of the same subject, which is driving a GT3 car. But the approach is again different. So, like with everything, it's about how you approach it and how you think about it. Cars and coffee, exactly. What is your dream car? Have a guess. Okay, let's do some more fun driving. Okay, that's gonna be pure death, but let's see.
Alright, mate, this session is about consistency. Try to be fast, but don't push too much over the limit.
I don't know about that, Sergey. I wasn't looking into it yet. Let's go into this and let me go into ASW. By the way, in terms of graphics, now I went to other video setting, quality setting. So we have proper shadows, like we can see them all the way into the distance. Reflections and effects. Under effects, those are reflections also in effects. So like road reflection and water reflection will be better. I think there's also volumetric fog in that. Yes, we have medium volumetric fog because it looks nice. It takes so much more. It takes so much more horsepower to run, but it looks dope, in my opinion. Okay, let's go. This is as flooded as possible. Just sharing Aryan secrets. Yes. It looks so weird because like this is 100% water, you know, like all the whole racetrack is lake. You see, it's like one big puddle. Oh fuck. And that's how you die on Eau Rouge. Good for PS4. On PS5 it's really nice already. Like it on PS5 it finally is as it should be on consoles. Okay, I need to repair that car. I mean, look at that spin. It just like it lost it even before Yeah, it lost it even before... like, it lost it before Eau Rouge. Not even before La Dion. It lost it before Eau Rouge. And here it just spun. So, like, again, I remember people arguing that cars don't spin properly. Like, that they spin in a weird way. So here we have a really, really low grip situation, and the car just snapped, and then, because it was on a low grip surface that is ultimately water, it just kept spinning and spinning and spinning in, let's say, more realistic way that we are used to. So maybe it's about, you know, small details in terms of grip, some here and there at the very limit where tires are completely sliding, which, you know, getting data for is so hard, so much harder. And here we got a final result with, you know, a bit only lower grip, but ultimately the same physics engine and physics running underneath. And we got a car that ultimately crashed and spun in a way that you would expect the car to spin, you know, to continue spinning after the initial loss of the grip. Also, not stalling Ferrari is such a pain in the ass, look. And it stalled. Okay, that didn't stall, but it almost stalled. Yes, I'm using manual clutch. Just because I can. TC off. That's literally ice. Look on the straight, it has to go through so much water that we got only to 220 kph. 220? Oh. Okay. Oh, so little grip. Okay. Oh my god, it's still spinning. So slippery. I guess I can go offline and then it doesn't lose that much grip. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a bit of a go off the racing line and then it regains grip here. Yeah, you can feel it now. I mean, there's still puddles, but That's first time I touched the wall. Like, probably some people didn't even knew that ACC can have so much water on the track. I mean, I turned off the clouds because you can make it full water, full standing water, and still no clouds, no raining. So at this point we don't need any more participation. Or, yeah, more rain. And that's a lap completed, 3:45. Oh, flat spotted completely. Oh, and spin in the middle. There was a dip, there was a paddle, and it just snaps. Actually, let me like, let's try to make a setup that would work in like those conditions. So we need a full downforce. We probably need
This session is about consistency. Try to be fast,
even
but don't
more.
push too much over the limit.
Like, it needs to be even higher in the air. We really need to go soft, I guess. Although not for Blanchiment. Not for Eau Rouge, that wouldn't work. But we need to go soft with this. Brake bias to the rear. Soft, soft, soft. I don't know, I'm just experimenting for fun. First just watch that 360. Oh no, it's hot scene, so I don't have the replay from the previous one. Let's see what's on the chat. I guess Porsche Cup is waiting for you. Okay, maybe. Maybe. Okay, let's see how it will work, and then we can take a cup car. Actually, the cup car in those conditions is gonna be easier, because it will just have more, more possibility to play with it. I mean, look at those tires, those are wets. When did you last time saw wets that are like blue? Break off the racing line because there's rubber underneath. Go on the outside. Cross the racing line, there was slippy. Grip on the outside. Accelerate here. Break off the racing line. Crossing the line. Now, the grip on the outside, there is grip. And then acceleration will be hard. And then on the outside, crossing the line and full, yeah. So like in those conditions, wetline works. Yeah, and I guess here we need to go outside and not much throttle. Here the line that we're doing in quali, yeah, it kinda works. Still, over 3 minutes. Over 3 minutes! No, I'm not Italian, I'm Polish. Oh, oh wait, now I get it. I mean, we cannot end the stream with a car that's not a Porsche.
Try to be fast, but don't push it over the limit.
Actually, gallery. Nah, there's only one hot scene. When I restart it or go back to the garage, the previous hot scene doesn't save, so we don't get to see the 360. Yes. Yes, but actually no, because that's bad. Not bad. Wrong time. I wanted it to be, but different scenery. Okay, let's see. What preset? What do we have here? Okay, I guess it's time to die. How old am I? I'm 21. Is VR worse than a monitor? Well, ultimately, VR resolution is higher than a monitor. It's just that, you know, there's so much more screen real estate to cover with that resolution that the end, like, resolution that you perceive it as, you know what it is, it's a bit lower. But like what I see in game for me is so much more clear than for you guys because of that internet. Also, it's more demanding just because they are two pictures from two perspectives for different eyes. Sometimes post-processing is just also done in a weird way. There's more stuff to render around you and stuff like that. What's actually time? The time. Okay, it's quite late. Okay. So I guess we're gonna try to survive this, and we're gonna end. Oops. See the replay of that? No, it will go underground. I know it's weird. It's looking weird. Give me a second. Okay, now it's gonna be good. Camera positioning in VR is hard. Okay, now there was in slow motion. Probably you couldn't see much. I could see that, but that was already quite far away. Okay, that was interesting. I mean, that camera, you know, I changed the scene there so smoothly from driving to replay. Oops. Fuck. Lol. Like the paddle, I let off the throttle and the paddle itself almost stalled the engine. So much standing water. Like, you remember guys this year's 9-hour Kailami? That's probably all similar amount of water. In terms of what it's trying to simulate. Okay, let's call it a 360. Yeah, 70 kph limit in quality is nice. In free practice, like I'm now in free practice, not free practice in multiplayer, but free practice in free practice in single player, you can go at whatever speed you want. Okay. No way I'm holding that. You guys are probably more dizzy than I am from watching that. Oh, fuck. I'm trying to read the chat at the same time and it doesn't work. All those 360s though. Come on! I mean... That's... That's transforming from survive a lap challenge to how many 360s you can do in one lap challenge. It spins its fucking wheels in third gear. Okay, 720. Yes, 720. I know it sounds stupid, but practicing 360s, it's not a bad, it's like good skill to... Oh fuck. That was bad. That was bad. That was really bad. I was gonna say that practicing 360s is a nice skill to have, and like being able to do a 360 while recovering the car is good to know how to do it. Of course, making sure everything is safe while you're doing the 360. But it's good to know how to recover the car. I mean, just look at this. At a certain point you lose it, then you gun the throttle. Clutch, brake, lift off everything, snap. Like, when you finally lose it, at a certain point here, you decide, okay, let's gun the throttle. So you put the throttle down, sometimes you then clutch kick it to even give it even more spinach. Then you spin it, then you... Oh my god, I hit the wrong thing. So now you give it power, then you cut off the power, then you probably lock all the tires. To keep the engine running, you need to clutch in. You lock all the tires, so on locked tires it continues its spin. Then after it, you know, finally performs a 180, then you release the brake, and then you let the car finish its spin. And if it will do another spin, then you do it again with brakes on, brakes off, and then it should come back to its final position. Yeah, but Blanchiment was just cruel. Just totally didn't expect that. And it just snapped in the other direction. And boom! That's sad. Okay, let's do one more. This time, like, really try to survive it. Like in practice, you can go as fast as you can. I mean, now it's slippery, so it's hard to do in the pit lane. Oh god. As you know, I'm doing 200 in the pit lane. And in single player you can do that. In multiplayer, in quality in practice, you can do maximum 70. If you do more than 70, you go back to the pits. It resets you. But in the race, of course, in the race you need to be strict 50. Yeah, reading the chat. Not good quality. I know it's not good quality. That's the point of the stream. I mean, it's not the point of the stream, but it's just how it is, and it's gonna be like that. Unfortunately. That's Polish internet. I mean, where else will you experience such stream on full capabilities of an internet? Like, this is everything that this internet is capable of. You didn't see this combination before, did you? How bad a stream can be. Like, there can be bad videos, or streams that are, you know, bad because connection went bad. But this is this internet at its best. And it still looks so shit. Hello. Hi, Chris. Probably. I don't know. Maybe. I know I keep spinning. I keep spinning because look at the track. It's a mirror. And it's a mirror because it's 100% standing water and 100% wetness. Look at those tires. Those are wet tires that can't even go up to temperature. This is so sleepy. It looks nice though. Yeah, it looks really nice, considering it's like low to mid settings. It's not that bad. I mean, bitrate is shit, but, you know, look at those reflections. Oh boy, this is weird. Okay, but like lighting and all that, that's quite nice. What a lovely car. And the volumetric fog, that's it, you know? Look at those lights. Like, look at the glass of the lights. In VR, you can technically drive a remote car. You can place camera in one place, and you have real size remote car. How cool is that? Also, how stupid is that? Oops, I stole it. Okay. I guess that's gonna be it for today. Do you have any real life experience or background? No. I don't have any background for sure, but I had a real life experience, well, a few times driving powerful cars, once on the track, twice on the track. But it was more like, just one-off experience comparing it to how it is in sim racing. But most of my knowledge is based on what I know from sim racing. Although, it's not like it only applies to sim racing. Although, I could do another 2 hours or 3 hours stream rant about that. But that's for next time, I guess. Uh, Sorry, what's the question? Is it the perfect training? Like, what exactly? Or are you asking what is perfect training? Because probably there is none perfect training. There's no perfect universal training. Oh my god, words. How do they work? The way that I was training was focusing purely on the car control itself, first and foremost, and only then using that car control to do everything else, rather than doing everything else, and then trying to get the car control better and better. So like at the beginning of the stream, I was driving that S2000 on some Poge in Japan. So like I drive a lot of stuff like that just for myself, just to drive the car around for fun. Plus you can learn a lot of car control doing that. Uh, I don't have a certain mod that I could download. Um, Let me take a look on the Discord. I mean, I would have to look for it like quite a bit. I don't remember where was it. It would be probably hard really to find, but it was front wheel drive. Peugeot 106 Rally. So, definitely not. Who posted that? From user EOS. What's his name? I don't know. That's for another time. Anyway, the Peugeot 106 Rally front wheel drive, like 80 horsepower or whatever, on road 90s tires, is so much fun. You can learn so much of car control and how to feel the balance of the car, moving their weight transfers, all of that. You can learn so much by driving slow cars and cars that you can play with. So like road cars, small front wheel drive hatchbacks, stuff like that. The GT4's cup car, that's a great car to learn. Like try to drive cup car in the rain. That's a great training because you're learning how to control the car and be comfortable with that car control. And then everything else will become so much easier because you can execute it so much easier. Yeah, my wheel is basically the same shape and size as this what I have. It's 30 millimeters, maybe 31, with flat bottom, but that doesn't really hurt me. Like the Thrustmaster 599 Alcantara is the same shape and size as this wheel here in the Porsche Cup model. type of wheel rim. So I have the one with flat bottom, but that doesn't really hurt. Like, not hurt, but doesn't really, make any... It's not a problem while doing some slides and catching some slides. Okay. Do you guys, I don't know, have any questions or something like that? I mean, I hope it's not gonna go into another rant or, cars and coffee like we had in the Ferrari. But yeah, I guess I would end if you don't have any like questions or anything like that. Oh, millimeter, no, centimeters. Of course it's centimeters. Come on. Wheel for ants. I mean, 30 millimeters for ants, that would be way too big. That's still 3 centimeters. Come on, that's quite a lot. Yeah, thanks Sergio for popping into the chat. Overall, like, guys, it's so nice to see you here. Punky didn't leak some stuff. Nah, Punky was just, he saw some new things on forums, and he's depressed now. So yeah, thanks guys. Bye bye. I'm gonna end the stream. You can go to this beautiful screenshot. And yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Maybe I'll do another stream sometimes. I mean, definitely not racing, because the internet ping performance, that's not gonna work. We tested it. But some racing, driving, talking, that's always something nice. I can maybe dig out some more fun AC mods that I enjoyed, so I can drive with them. And yeah, I guess see you next time. It was really fun experience.